full moon coming up tonight, looking amazing. I mean, is it already waning? It might be waning already, but it's pretty sharp. It's pretty amazing. All right. Yeah, just a tiny bit at the top right. But anyway, what's up, y'all? 12:15 a.m., 4/24/24. Full moon in April, the pink full moon, or the flower moon. No, that's May. What is this moon? This one is also commonly called where is it? Alternative names. Breaking Ice Moon, and Moon when the streams are again navigable. That sounds like us. So, I want to say what's up to Dagger Spells. You came in first, coming in hot. NGC, what's going on? Much love. KLC, what's happening? And whoever else is joining us, let's get the vibes going here. I figured out a couple of things. NGC, I got a little surprise inversion later, maybe. And perhaps we'll play some tunes. It might be early enough to not wake the neighbors. So yeah, let's just jam out for a little bit. Some Electric Blood coming in. Filaments.
I've been waiting on the street for days. Don't treat me like a fool. I've been sleeping on the street for days. Don't treat me so cruel. I've been waiting on the porch for days. Don't treat me like you're cool. I've been waiting on the seat for years. I've been waiting for the secret all along. And you know what brings it? Don't you know what soul can see? Singing about this dream so long for you. I've been dreaming about the song. So long for you. I've been singing about the song. So long for you. I've been dreaming about the one with you. I've been singing about this dream. So long for you. Till I see the color of your eyes reflected in the signature I made for you. All along. Then you know what brings it. And you know what soul can seize it. And you know what brings it. And you know what soul can. We gotta go. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul can seize it. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul can. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul can seize it. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul can. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul can seize it. And you know what brings it out. And you know what soul.
Alright, so just before I forget, I want to talk about this video of a little burb going across the moon. I was watching a video right before this. I skipped through a little bit of it, but actually watched most of it. It's Buddy James, Buddy Doherty. Talk about a lot. Buddy's been in the chat a bunch of times. Electric Universe, and put out a bunch of Thunderbolts project videos. Really love his work. I think he's one of the few people that's really onto it and really visualizes the fundamental geometry. But he was always talking about going on a show with Dan Winter. And Dan Winter and he actually did a stream recently 2 months ago, and it's actually not, the quality is actually really good. And so Dan Winter and Buddy James and a whole bunch of people on a big video call talking about Fractal Universe, talking about nested toruses, tori, and hop vibrations and electric Birkeland currents, And interestingly, Dan Winter just let him go for a while, interjecting here and there, but it was really fascinating, and it was also something I remember Buddy talking about doing, and he finally, I guess he did it a while ago, and then this was a more recent one. So really excellent, excellent video and presentation by Buddy. Buddy Donutty, exactly, NGC, you got it. But I don't know if you've seen that, but if you type in Buddy James Dan Winter, you'll get the video. It's quite good in order to visualize the geometry that I talk about too. So really loved it, except all I wanted to do was just jump in there and ask a bunch of questions. But yeah, I see Rainsong 420. What's going on? What a beautiful moon! It's stunning. Unbelievable views lately, especially tonight. Just perfect at midnight, showing up. And I think we have a tiny bit of waning happening at the top right corner. Looks like it's kind of trailing off from 100%, but maybe more full than we even had it last night because the sharpness on the left side. So we're going to do a bunch of different shots tonight. I got scribbling working, I got some filters working. I also have some slides that we might look at. I kind of felt like I wanted to do a science show tonight, but I'm just going to let some people stream in first before I start yapping away at this. I did talk a lot about optics and how we see things, and this video, listening to Buddy talk to Dan Winter, made me want to talk about a whole bunch of other things around that, where, you know, I've become kind of cynical. Well, I've always been cynical, but I'm a little bit, I've become jaded, and kind of I've heard all these ideas over and over and over, and I kind of wanted to interject and add all these different things to this conversation. But of course, you don't need to do that all the time, and they do their show, I do mine. I see, who did I see in the chat? Yeah. Shout me out, I thought I missed somebody. But love the video regardless, but it made me think about how there is this sense of talking about science, not just academic and popular science, but also in alternative circles, from Ken Wheeler, Theoriohypothesis, to Eric Lerner, to even Buddy James and Dan Winter, where I feel like they get mired in the complexity of it. The same way you have people on all these consciousness shows, like with Lex Friedman and Conscious Now and all these things, where they talk about, they lean into, like, I'll give you an example, like Eric Weinstein or Gareth Lisi or Nima Arkani Hamed, or even Nassim Haramein, who actually is doing incredible work. They lean into the complexity when talking to people about it. And I'm not against detail and complexity, obviously, but I think there's maybe a little too much of leaning into the words and the complexity of it. I've said that a bunch of times, but the mathematics, the words for the geometry, the linguistic gymnastics around science. And I feel like, while I love that, it's important to relate it to things that matter to people. So that's, I feel like, when I was listening to them, I was really loving it, but I was also thinking, like, what's my role in all of this? Like, why do I even talk about anything? And it's because I feel like I'm trying to bring in some of these more perhaps basic questions, like how do the eyes work? Where do you store thoughts? How do you retrieve thoughts? Why do we live and die? Why is the body the shape it is? And on and on. There's these questions that are very close to home, yet seem almost like too simplistic for someone like, I don't know, some scientist to talk about at length. But I feel like that's what I'm doing here. So I see Chris Kelly in the chat. Long time. Hope you're well. Welcome. KLC says, love Ken, but so technical and complex. Yeah, I mean, it took a long time, and of course, there's almost no way to say what he's saying about magnetics and light without using the terminology, so I want to be careful about saying that I don't like complexity and complex language, but I still think that, like, ultimately people want to know, you know, why we're here, You know, what is God? What is life? What is death? What is energy? In a way that relates more to the lay person, to the regular person. Even if regular people are brilliant, you just have to know kind of. Well, it's at least for me. My comfort zone is figuring out what I consider realistic things. I hesitate to say realistic because who knows what that really is, but I think as we define it, you know, light arising from darkness, anything that's vibrating at the fundamental scale is consciousness, in my opinion, and everything that's dark in dark mode, plasma in dark mode, is not conscious, but it's a form of consciousness that we don't immediately perceive, but we exist within. And the whole totality of life is the combination of both, like two sides of the coin. Anyway, there were a lot of different thoughts that I wanted to throw into that conversation, but still, I want to shout out Buddy James and Dan Winter for doing incredible work, and Thunderbolts, you know, for giving me a foundation to understand the universe in a better way. And Eileen, yeah, Chris Kelly says, Eileen Day McCusick's book are good at explaining electric universe in plain terms. I was mentioning, you know, I always talk about her, but she is one of the few people, even though she did the conference, in 2014, 2015, and she talked to Don Scott, and she talked to everybody about the human biofield, and how trauma is stored in the field, and how you use tuning forks to comb through the human etheric biofield, and to tap into memories using resonance. Like, Eileen touches upon all this stuff, so I do definitely honor her. I'll say, though, ultimately, I think what I can do on this channel that most people can't do is I can say things that don't require, I can do this channel without needing to make money. And so I can basically talk about any idea I want, really, without feeling the need to please people, I guess. Even though I want people to be happy, I definitely want to make people happy, obviously, but I think science is important. Like, you have to be able to cut through all the bullshit. And if you have to please people while you're doing science, you're really not going to end up anywhere. KC Joe, what's going on? Says, are you recording with two microphones? You sound like you're in stereo. I'm just in a room. I think there's like a room echo or a reverb, and I'm on like a Yeti mic with a foam thing. I've been thinking about replacing this Yeti mic. It seems like every time I want to go online and I'm like, oh, let me find a new podcasting mic, they replace it with a new Yeti mic. Every single time I go to replace the Yeti, it's like, here's a new Yeti. So, I don't know. I hope it sounds okay, unless I'm doing something wrong and you're getting two feeds, so let me know if it sounds annoying. Annette, what's going on? Nice to see you. Welcome. Donald Yates, I see you in there. Hope you're doing well. Good evening. NGC says, there are so many different angles to approach the meaning of life: science, religion, or just acceptance. Yeah, I think that's part of it. We all have these different perspectives, necessitative perspectives on things, and but I think we thrive on this entanglement with tension. So even listening to these two cats who I adore, like Dan Winter's obviously brilliant and has taught me so much, but I've told you my qualms with his insistence about the the Galactic Federation, Confederation, Confabulation, Yeti microphone. If you type in Yeti, Y-E-T-I, microphone, you'll see it's kind of like a fat desktop microphone, excuse me, for podcasting. And yeah, it seems to be like, I mean, I have another brand, but pretty much every time you look for podcasting mic, you get this one or some form of it. So I always feel like, oh, maybe I'll get a new one. Then I look it up and I'm like, oh, you're going to sell me the same thing. Here we go. All right. I think it sounds all right. Like, what I really like about the microphone is that I can play guitar in the room and it picks it up. Like, vocals and guitar sound really good on this. So yeah, I was Chris Kelly bringing up Eileen is perfect, because Eileen like if I were to just list off a few people real quick, because I haven't done it in a while, but Eileen McCusick, right? Human biofield and how trauma and memories are stored in the field. And then, of course, Thunderbolt's project with the electricity connecting everything throughout the universe. Don Scott, Electric Stars, right? Then you have the offshoot where you have Sky Scholar, Pierre-Marie Robitaille, and Stephen Crothers, who do their own work. You know, Stephen Crothers kind of on this rampage, not rampage, but on this life quest to completely redefine relativity and the Einstein cult, and I love it. And then you have Sky Scholar, who's breaking down all the different, when he was working on the Kirchhoff law and like reframing that and essentially disproving some of these really long-standing theories. And then he moved on to disproving the cosmic microwave background radiation and all these different other topics that are also extremely complicated. I mean, I really feel like I know what he's talking about, but half the time it's intense listening to some of these videos. So, who else was I going? So Sky Scholar, Stephen Crothers, and then Stephen Crothers, of course, knows Alexander Unziker, who's doing Make Physics Great Again, which, is a terrible title, but he's at least a physicist who's out there, who's questioning the status quo. And, right, let me see who else. So we have, I think importantly for me, an aspect of understanding the universe, you need to bring in some of the philosophy, some of the Hinduism and the Zen. And that's where a crucial component is Alan Watts, obviously. I've talked about Alan Watts many, many times. But Alan Watts explains in detail how to bridge metaphysics to physics by explaining that string theory, really, even early days of string theory, he was aware of this, and he realized that the quantum world, this fractal universe at every scale, exists throughout all of nature, and he figured out how to relate it to Hinduism and Zen by explaining this idea that you put yourself at the mercy of the world by asking the question, why am I here? What am I doing? But when you realize that there is no actual answer to that, you realize that the only thing to do is to be the self. And then you realize that you brought yourself here, and there was never a question to be asked in the first place, but if we take it a step further, he also explained the meaning of contrast, where you have the figure and the background. You have the stars against the night sky. You have the human against the field. You have the atom against its fields. You have the apple core against its flesh, and on in this recursive toroidal structure. This is what was really great about Buddy's presentation to Dan Winters, that Buddy has spent all these years really refining his presentation, his Facebook page. It has all the, images. I basically pull up the slide, I'm like, seen that. Pull up the slide, I've seen that. So it's like, there is a set of information that's out there that absolutely visually represents the matrix as we imagine it, which is the invisible structure that so-called holds the universe in shape, or forms the universe. And so we have that information, it's out there. Or it's in here. And where was I going to go? I was going to finish it up with a bunch of different people. So you have Alan Watts, Eileen McCusick, and that whole thread. Then, of course, you have Dan Winter, if you just remove all the alien stuff and Galactic Federation stuff, which is just a complete other pile of... it's a room that needs to be locked and not entered. I don't know, there's so much stuff going around YouTube right now. It feels like 10 years ago, where everyone was really focused on ufology and UAP. Now the big word is UAP, right? They're like UAPs and what do they know and what they don't know, and figures that have stuck around like Greer and all this stuff. And I'm just like, there's really no I'm going to get into lamentations. Let me not do that. I was just going to lament the fact that we just spend all this time focused on finding aliens when there are really amazing things already happening with humans. That's what I want to say. Like how our eyes work, how our memory works, how we grow our own body, how we fold proteins, how we see into space instantly, how we propagate information, how we all how 8 billion people look exactly the same and make their own bodies, yet all have completely different perspectives based on electrical frequency oscillation. You know, these are huge questions that you have 3-hour podcasts being like, are there UFOs? Might be UFOs. I couldn't imagine if there weren't UFOs, but there's paradox. There's no UFOs and no one's really seen. And I'm like, how much airspace is going to be taken up by these people who I also respect, you know, because they're out there talking, they're out there spending time, and but I just can't until, you know. And also, even if we had aliens, like, still more important stuff than speculating. So let's see. Yeah, NGC says, I went down Dan's alien rabbit hole. It was weird. It is weird. It really is. There's something about it, like, because it just is so jarring when you listen to him talk about Fibonacci spirals, golden mean, the geometric array, implosion, neg entropy. I mean, these are also big fancy words, but they make sense. Like, we're in an array, we're in a geometric crystalline invisible matter and visible matter. We know what crystals look like, we know what hexagons look like, we know what creatures look like, we know what the moon look like. We know what we look like, we know what we are. Part of it is self-recognition, really. It's not just here's the answer. You know, a big part of really understanding is to recognize, is to switch perspectives, or to hold 2 or 3 or 10 thoughts at the same time and quantify each one against one another. So NGC saying that it's weird, and I don't mean to, like, you know, because people can believe whatever they want. If they want to believe that there's a galactic federation, then there's a galactic federation. Like, I honestly don't care, but for me, I think it was the same conclusion I got to when I started watching the moon. And you see it right here. The moon is already so profound that it breaks the mind. It breaks the absolute mind. If you consider what this thing is and how we, you know, no matter what you believe the moon is, if it's a hologram or it's a hollow moon or it's installed here, or if it's a real rock, or if it's the core of a star, or if it's a projection of the mind, doesn't matter. The fact that it exists at all, that we can all see it together right now, is already such a profound consideration, such a profound instantiation of life, that why do we need to speculate about these grainy videos and this guy's story on his deathbed about some astronaut? And I'm like, how can you value those on the same in the same field of resonance? Looking at the moon, it's just obviously more profound and more staggering than spending hours talking about fluff. That's just for me. So, but you can only know yourself in relation to what you're not. The Tattvam Asi, you're either that, and you're not that, and that. What is it? Neti, sorry. Not that. I see Astralis Ren, hey, OMG, eggs everywhere. Or, let's see, what eggs? Like, sometimes I'm completely caught off guard by certain comments, but the Rain Song says, the Matrix, quote unquote, as we know it, is, as we know it, I feel is what the 1% decided to deem as social norms, but you went much deeper than that, and I love it. Well, I dig that. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I mean, I could talk a lot more about the Matrix. I used to think it was a system of control until I realized that, again, there's no getting away from the fact that you make your own body. When that hit me, and it was really, I think, Alan Watts who said it. He said, you make the most magical jewel that's ever existed, the human eye. And it hit me like, I mean, it absolutely it opened my mind in a way that I'd never even considered. Like, wait, somebody makes the organs in our body, our fingers, grows the hair. Like, who is that? What is that? And then if you start asking that question, you immediately come to this really profound and obviously very scary realization that you might be in charge of all of this. Like, that's the biggest thing here, which is that the self is actually responsible for everything that happens in the world in some way, right? Not in every way, right? Because if you could change everything, then it wouldn't be fun. The whole point of tension and the counterbalance of the universe is that things are challenging in order to drive us to, in order to continue surviving, in order to go on, make the game worth the salt, or game worth the candle. I don't know. That's not really what it is. Mary Quite, ding-a-ling to you. Welcome, welcome. It's like the desk at the hotel. Ding-a-ling. Let's see, Astralis. I could tell you why. Another big twisted up game. Anyway, welcome, Astralis. I love it. Love to see all the purple hearts. The mauve. Rainsong says, what people would... Yeah, so, part of the Matrix and part of the victimization of the world is due to the fact that people really don't think that they're God. And part of the game is that people have to believe that they're not God, right? You could tell the 100% of people the truth about everything and show them evidence. And it seems that based on our own construction and design and blueprint of this universe, that 85% of those people will immediately decide that they don't want to believe anything you're saying, based on no rationale at all, simply just because the nature of the universe is to not know the self. Like, again, I'm ripping off Alan Watts a lot, but so what? It's worth propagating. He says things like, a fire cannot burn itself, or a knife cannot cut itself. And when we look out into space, into our surroundings, we don't see we kind of see a vague image of what our face is, but we don't see our face. We don't see our eyes with our eyes. The self cannot know the self, is really the essence of it. That's a beautiful thought, because then you start to think, you're like, well, the whole game is based on an illusion, right? And if you if you mix the two ideas, that you came up with your own body, and you grow your own body, and you work your own eyeballs, and you know all this stuff, even if you don't think you do, but also the world exists as a game of black and white, black against white, white against black, and every variation between, then you have more profound and multidimensional understanding of life. It's not just one answer. It's multiple answers. So, let me see. So, Rainsong, just reading it. I don't think the world is ready for total disclosure. People would flip man, because they invested... would flip man because they invested all this time and life into something. Sorry, it's just really hard to read the white against black on the chat, so forgive me. I'm not a total idiot. Let's see. People would flip man because they invested all this time and life into something they believe wholeheartedly to be true, and I can only imagine. Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. The whole thing is that the story is that if you were the ultimate God and could do anything, you would have the human experience. It would go from this intense, crazy, crazy experience, total volatility, to stability, back to total volatility, along a compression and rarefaction of a wavefront, which is what we're built upon. Humans are sine waves. All of life and matter are sine waves. Or I say sine waves, but really they're vibrational oscillations in the ether. But if you just imagine what a sine wave is, you can imagine the life cycle of life and death, light and dark, self-other. So in essence, the answer to things is that here's the answer, but not everyone, and most people will actually actively ignore the answer. And the reason they do that is to keep the illusion going, the illusion that we created. I think that's in essence where I've gotten to. Let's see. What's going on, Deserta? I always like that name. Yeah, and the moon is a symbol of the unconscious. Right, well, yeah, in some regards. Lost Brooklyn, hey Moonies, welcome. Lost, nice to see you. Did I miss anybody? I'm just checking the chat here. All right, time for a little song or two, and I'm gonna stretch, catch a drink. So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what I'm talking about. Sometimes in the back of my mind, or in my field, I think, have I said this before? Has everyone heard me say all this stuff before, or is it, is it repetitive, or is it necessary? But I enjoy talking about it regardless. There's just an infinite amount of things to say. But I do think that if we take the complexity and mix it with some type of language that we can all get our fields around, get our tendrils around, and our filaments connected, then I think we'll have a better grasp on it, on the self and the other. See, just keep going here. Let's just do the game of life. Because no reason.
In the rain, in the cold, have dinner around the road. On top above my sin, I live without your heart. Oh, devil, let the saint, and know that the day spent beyond the ring. Even if I feel incomplete, slow distance we flow. Difference exists, difference without. I hold you up to be. I hold you up to the light you reach till you need a hole like me. So I form a bridge before we hit the ground. So I form a bridge before you hit the ground. So I form a bridge before you hit the ground. With your body. So I form a bridge before you hit the
Alright, just a couple of jams there. That was Dream Me. So, look at this little nublet, this nublet on the side of the moon. We can see this amazing. This is where yesterday we were heading towards the full moon, and now at the top right we are waning, but here we're sharp on the cusp, or the limb, I guess. So the kind of dark, smudgy crater I want to say is Grimaldi. Again, I need to check that. I keep forgetting to check that. I did everything today except get my atlas together. But unbelievable views. This is the wide shot, zoomed in, and it's giving us some excellent sharpness. Kepler, Copernicus, Aristarchus, again, Pythagorean setup, if I've ever seen one. Filaments and dendrites and hexagons. What's so cool that you can see right here is this, and kind of wish I had my atlas, but one night I'll figure it out. To the left of Copernicus, you almost have like a mirror of Copernicus. You can see that Copernicus on the right side looks like a hexagon, and I'll show you what I mean by scribbling on it. Wanted to hop in just quickly and respond to all the chats. I saw so many people writing. Sorry if I missed some of them. Mary, thank you, and happy Mother's Day to everyone's mom out there. Casey Joe, what's going on? I'm listening on earbuds and it sounds good, but I can hear when you speak to the left and to the right. Sorry about that. Thanks for reminding me. Also, I'm pretty sniffly tonight, if you notice. Allergies are kicking in hard today. But I got some good energy. Ryan in North Carolina, what's going on? Checking in. Much love. Welcome. Happy full moon to you and everyone. Yeah, NGC says splat spider web, and you can see that. I got a bit of drift tonight, but I do also have my paint program. So let me pop out this chat. Okay, got it. I can bring that. Can I bring that over? I can bring that over. Hell yeah. So I got my chat right here. Let me hide this. Get my paint program up. I don't know, that's what Mary said, Ryan. I don't know when Mother's Day is actually. So maybe I'm completely wrong. Mary led me astray on this one. Estrella. Let's see, did I miss any comments? Let's see, Dzerto says I can't see the moon at all. Well, you can see it right here, right? Let's hang out. Rainsong says we're on the cusp of the age of Aquarius, the age of information disclosure. What was done in the dark shall come to light type shit. Lol. Yeah, I've been waiting for that, but I don't know. I ended up starting a YouTube channel, so I can't say that I don't believe that we can that the information age is upon us. But again, I still feel like what I ended up with is that most people will hear the truth and immediately ignore it. But they'll hear a totally bullshit. Do you see that burb? That was a burb. We'll hear a totally bullshit idea and completely be compelled to believe it. For the same principle that an apple has its shape and a human body has its shape. That's what's crazy. So, I'm sorry if I missed any more comments. I'm just going to keep going from here. I see Cyber Sully. What's going on, Cyber Sully? Nice to see you. Good evening, all. Beautiful clear night in Oregon for viewing the moon. Just came in for a moment. Yeah. I have commenced my scribble test, so I'm going to scribble some shapes here. Oh, May 12th. Okay, so Mary, you're like very early with Mother's Day, but it's fine. It's all good. That's a good sentiment. All right, so I'm talking a lot, not scribbling enough. 1 second. So here we go. Paint, painty, scribbly. There we go. Look at these scribbles. Okay, so Copernicus hexagon, and check out this mirror hexagon right here, like an echo. Wait, is it a hexagon? Maybe it's actually more pentagonal, but if you can see what I'm laying down, give me 1 second. We'll bring this over a little bit more. I'll adjust that. I still wanted to see the chat though. Where's the chat? No, how am I going to do this? Alright, if I close this down. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself here. Just talking to myself. Okay, now I can see everything and scribble. Okay, great. So, yep, this is Copernicus. And every time I do that, it just gets blurry and wiggles away from me. And we've got Kepler right here. We've got Aristarchus up here. And let me just bring this down a bit more. You see all the little ripples in the atmosphere? Lunar wavy. Not really lunar wave, but wavy. Okay, so what I'm looking at, which is interesting, it's a little bit like the magic eye stuff, but you can kind of see this outline right here. I'm drawing so poorly with this mouse, but let's talk a little bit about why these hexagons form, since we're looking at it. It was a little bit to continue this conversation that Dan Winter and Buddy James were having about the Doherty set and about these nested tubes, so to speak. So where are these nested tubes located? So it would seem like you have nodes, Z-pinches, that happen because you have filaments that get bound up. These filaments are in dark mode, and then they start to get brighter, and right here along these little nodes, these center points, you have the most dense centers, and then they emanate and radiate outwards. This is the shape of a cross-section of a torus. We have centripetal convergence and centrifugal divergence. So we have currents basically flowing in and out in this shape around every single point object. We have a boundary condition, and we have what essentially starts to turn into these nested shapes. So this is just one of the shapes, and if you nest this shape not 100, but infinite number of times, you get the fabric of reality. I know that's an ultra simplistic explanation, but I'll do it a few more times. What I wanted to do is explain why we get hexagons. So what they weren't talking about, even though Buddy has done work with bubbles, is this idea of why we get like corners in nature. We get diamonds, we get, why am I just scribbling them here? Forgive me, this is super clunky, I'm doing my best. So I lost the not the eyepiece, but the little tracker. So my tracking is really drifty, and that's not helping drawing on things, but let me see what I can do. Okay, so we got a diamond here, and a structure at the corner of the diamond. All right, we've got a hexagon here, and we've got filamentary radiation, radiating arcs coming out of the center. Oops, go back. And then I guess if I move down here a little bit, you have a lot of corners in nature is what I'm trying to say. You get a lot of pentagons, hexagons, diamonds, and there's not a lot of science behind why that happens. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of, isn't this coincidental, isn't this interesting, like this looks like that type of stuff with a question mark at the end of it. But I think it's important to really understand why we have hexagons and pentagons, and the quick answer is that instantiation points of reality, when a dot, a point of life, or a point of light comes into existence from two threads. This is a very oversimplification, but let's say these two threads of etheric potentiality, dark energy, dark matter, and they meet at this one point, they entangle. This point comes into existence. It becomes charged. And from this point, it starts to radiate in this fundamental shape of reality. The reason it does this, the reason this looks like what they call a hypotrochoid, or an hourglass shape, the shape of the body, or the shape of a wormhole, is because it's pinching a tube, a cylinder, let's say, or a tube, and this tube gets squeezed in the middle because the Birkeland currents or the filaments get intertwined at these Z-pinches, at these nodes. And if you want to think about it in a more realistic term, it's your heart, or it's your pineal gland, or it's an acorn, or a fruit, or a seed. Anything we have in reality that's a point instantiation of the densest point of information or light in high intensity gamma radiation is everything at every different oscillation. But let's just say, for the sake of just explaining it, this point is what draws and squeezes this, pinches this tube. this is how I envision it. You know, this is using Buddy James's stuff. This is using Don Scott. This is using just understanding geometry and trig, knowing 3D, all the different ideas thrown into the same soup. And if you think about it, it makes sense this way because this is how we see things. We see the cosmos like this, the center of our eyes, our brain, our heart, things that are wound up to the point are wound up from the center and from the outside. So there's a self and other component to it. So I know it always gets very complicated here, but so this is how I see it. I see these tubes getting pinched, and that's why we have this shape, right? Or at least a section, right? Because this shape is not discontinuous with the universe, it's continuous with everything in the universe. And it's also multi-layered, so it's tubes within tubes, right? Cylinders within cylinders. And not just that, it's also counter-rotating. It's rotating one way, and the nested one rotates, gosh, what the hell am I doing? That's that way, and it's that way. That's that way, and it's that way. And I know I'm just saying that, but this explains a massive phenomenon that is not explained at all, which is the layering of Jupiter, or the layering of really any planet, or the layering of human skin around bone, or flesh around bone, and then thinner skin, and then hair, and then air around the arm. Why are things layered that way, like an onion, or an apple, or a cross-section of a limb, or the cross-section of a planet? This counter-rotating ring structure, or tubular structure, that is not only pinched, is also counter-rotating. And what happens is you basically get a planet, for example, which has this shape, this giant funnel, or wormhole, or hypotrochoid, or hourglass shape. It's all the same thing. And I'll take it one step further here since I'm explaining it. All of this is something that I've derived, right? I don't know if it's fact, it could be completely wrong about it, but it's a way to explain things. So let's say this is a black hole, the event horizon, and this is the white hole, which is also a black hole because it's continuous with the rest of reality. So right here there's another shape like that, and another shape like that. So a black hole is a white hole, is a black hole, is a white hole. But we do have this phenomenon in real life that organisms are tubes. We, humans and creatures, are tubes with teeth at one end and a hole at the other end. And we process data, right? We destroy information, we destroy debris with our teeth, and we process it and excrete it. And I think it's really fascinating that that's how they describe black holes, right? The destruction of information and transmogrification, and then we don't know where it ends up, you know. So black holes, in my opinion, divest of the matter that they have transmogrified through, you know, the continuum into space. So this is why black holes do exist in the way that they might exist in this way, where it actually is a natural part of reality, and not in this, oh my god, this one black hole exists and look how weird it is. But black holes and white holes are just natural formations of the top and bottom of this hypotrochoid hourglass shape that is the fundamental matrix structure around the Z-pinch, which again is a heart, is a chakra, is a pineal gland, is an acorn, is a seed, is a planet, is a solar system. So you can take this point, this Planck unit, or this gargantuan mega, you know, universal structure, and say that's the point. And every point in this fractal universe has this exact shape around it. It either emerges from this shape or it creates the shape itself. And I would venture to say that it's a dance between the filaments getting entangled when the Z-pinch starts to gather energy and consume it and gets denser and hotter, I would say that this is akin to the formation of a star. So when you bring in Jeffrey Walensky's stellar metamorphosis, and he's talking about the formation of planets and stars, you think about, even if you just take popular science accretion, gravitational collapse and accretion disk modeling of how a star is formed, there's no reason it couldn't happen this way, where dark filaments, which is potential energy of our universe. Think about it like this. I know I've literally let poor Luna just drift off screen while I'm just talking. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm so sorry, Luna. I'm so sorry. But anyway, I'll get back to hexagons in a moment, and I'll show you where and how hexagons and geometry arises. So, I see more Jello. What's going on, more Jello? Happy full moon. Welcome. Let's see. Am I missing anything? Cybersully says crystals would be a prime example. Yeah, I think I would say that humans, and I was listening to Alan Watts too today, and he was saying that humans grow like crystals. We layer ourselves geometrically along the array of the potential etheric field around our filament, our hereditary filament. And I don't mean it metaphysically, I mean it physically. Luna, come back, right? Excuse me. So, yeah. So where was I? I was going to, okay, we got hypotrochoids, we got pinched plasma, we got Z pinches, right? So these counter-rotating rings. Oh, it's so funny. Let me see if I can move this over a little bit. I drew some more that y'all are not seeing. There's the continuum. Right? So you see this other part of it. So you have this... I literally was scribbling and you weren't even seeing what I was drawing. Dang. Alright, let me get back to it. I'll repeat what I was saying. So here, black hole, event horizon, teeth. That's where we ingest information and destroy it. And we process it, let's say, through our whole system, but let's say we process it through the stomach. And then we excrete it. And this is the white hole. Mouth black hole, butt white hole. And then because everything is a continuum, the black hole is the white hole, is the black hole, is the white hole, etc. And when I say black and white, it's polarities, right? It's extremities. It doesn't have to be black or white. It's just how we perceive things as extremities. And everything between the two extremities is the gradation, the inverse proportion of life as we perceive it. Evil, good, black, white, light, dark, etc. along the continuum. Omnidirectionally, of course. So from the point's perspective, so let's say your point is an eyeball, you perceive things omnidirectionally as you have access to it, right? So we see conically from our eye shoots out a cone, but it also shoots out a nested Fibonacci spiral. So I'm trying to figure out where I left off. I was trying to get to hexagons and why hexagons emerge. And why I think hexagons emerge is because we have radiation from center over here. Whoops. Okay. It's so hard to see it. Okay, there we go. So from this point, at every point, at the center of every hypotrochoid or hourglass shape, you have an omnidirectional radiation field. Is it etheric plasma? Is it your soul radiating? Is it spirit, breath? Is it an oscillation? I think our heart, for example, oscillates at a certain BPM, beats per minute. And our heart, creates an omnidirectional etheric plasma resonance into the field around the body. and that etheric plasma around the body stores that information from that heart oscillation. And I would imagine that our eardrums pump in that same oscillation rate, at that same oscillation rate, and that our eyes send out cascading Fibonacci spirals at that same rate. And I imagine that we have syncing and desyncing, of course, right? When you feel sick, you're not, you can get dizzy, you have vertigo, and we talk about all these different diseases. But I think fundamentally the reason things work so well in our body is because this fundamental geometry is so sound. Pun unintended, but actually it is sound. But it's so sound in terms of its structure, in terms that of every single point will have this structure. So I'm talking a lot, but the point is, it's a talk full of puns tonight. So I think what happens is when something emanates omnidirectionally, it's creating a bubble or a sphere, right? It's a sphere, and what happens is other things are growing their own spheres around us. A table, a chair, a planet. I hope this makes sense. I know there's a lot of scribbles, but I'll scribble it more simply. But I think it's because basically not perfect spheres, but kind of wibbly-wobbly etheric spheres start to squeeze against one another. There's a long way around to get here, but bubbles start as points. They emanate outwards as spheres. When spheres start to pack, whoa, I've really gone off screen. I'm just like, when spheres start to pack, wait, maybe let me just erase all this and clean it up. Okay, that's better. So sphere, point, shape, right? The shape, right, is also a torus. I know it's not just a sphere, it's a torus, but we actually do radiate spherical energy, even though the structure of reality is really the shape of a butterfly right here. So spheres, let's just do it with 3 spheres. I hope this makes sense. It makes me think of dinner rolls. But this is why we have straight edges and corners in nature, right here. Because spheres pack. They try and fill the space. And ultimately, when things get this way, you realize that hexagons and pentagons and all this polygonal geometry we see in not only the human face and all creatures and planets and moons and everything is because it's a kind of version of a honeycomb. It's a version of all things in life start to nest at different sizes. And I think what happens is you go from spheres into more primitive geometry. You start to reduce the number of sides to a sphere, and that's where you basically get hexagons from. You see it in basaltic flats, you see it in bees creating honeycomb, you see it, I'll show you where you see it very well. Erase all of this, and if you have, yeah, let me just check the chat here. Cybercelly says, please keep in mind that the omnidirectional flows are opposite flowing spirals. Yeah, there is. I know I can say things that might sound very generalized. So yeah, a lot of this is open to interpretation too, the direction of the flow of energy. But I don't. I think it's this this system that has multiple, that is an omnidirectional source point, but also adheres to certain structures. But the thing is, these nested cylinders and these nested toruses are not perfect shapes. They're all wibbly wobbly, kind of etheric, noise, like Gaussian noise rippling the whole way through. And I think this kind of interaction between these membranes or these brains is what creates the nature of our reality, these intersections of etheric light. It's a lot of different words trying to say the same thing, but did it make sense in terms of where the hexagons come from? I feel like it's something that I talked a lot about, but bubbles really give you a great perspective on how it works, because bubbles, if you look at the bubbles in a sink, or if you do pour over coffee, or if you do anything that creates bubbling foam, you'll see there are large bubbles and small bubbles, and when they start to nest and they start to push together, there's this coming together and resistance at the same time, this pushing and pulling of reality. And that's where you get sharp edges from. So, long way around to explain why either, craters form from volcanic, like pimples that rise from the surface of the moon, like giant exhausts or vents, or that they were impacts by these meteors or these giant impact asteroids or whatever hit the moon, let's say, or this was a point where giant electric filament connected the moon to somewhere else, or something moved past the moon that created this kind of smudgy pattern on the left and ended up, leaving a mark after dissipating and then snapping, disconnecting the charge from the surface of the moon. So regardless of the theory that's correct, it's actually just really fascinating to consider these ideas, because really that's not what people are talking about. People are talking about a lot of hypothetical stuff that doesn't really matter, but this seems to really matter because we can see it and we can postulate. So yeah, those are some thoughts. It's so much stuff. I could talk for hours about the same topic, like just breaking out every single one of these little pieces. But let me know what you think in the chat, and I'm going to take a little break here. Looking at Tycho, but I want to zoom out a bit, and that's cool that the paint works. Cybercelly says the central point of the flow pinch point also represents an octave change. That's an excellent point. There's a whole musical resonance not contingency, but foundation of sound in this. The modality, the chords, the notes, the synchronization, and fractal recursiveness of the solar system against the scales of music that we use. There's a whole other line of thinking around, the resonances of our mind goes into the etheric field of Earth. Earth stores all the memories of all the historical generations. So the idea of the Akashic record, or the idea of the collective consciousness, or hereditary memory, or ancestral memory, I feel that when people talk about it, maybe more and more people are starting to attribute it to actual physical etheric fields, but I still would say that we're in a place where 90% of people think that these are metaphysical ideas, the Akashic field, or the Akashic record, or collective consciousness, that people think it might exist, but they don't really understand how it exists and why it exists. But when you add electric universe, you add biofields, and you add morphic resonance, it's actually quite simple to understand how telepathy could work. But it's something I want to talk about. I know I'm just going on and on, but I keep seeing these things about remote viewing, and it was something that Dan Winter said about Ingo Swann and lighting a candle from a distance or creating a heat change with his mind. It always kind of rubs me a little bit funny when I hear these stories about these one-off people who did this one-off thing, and that was it, and no one could replicate it. And I don't know why people spend so much time on it, thinking aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove. He's so obsessed with these ideas of, communicating with people in the afterlife, or people who are mediums, and then Dan Winter, for example, who has the etheric plasma angle on lock, is like, okay, Galactic Federation. Then you have, I don't know, and then like somebody like Nassim Haramein. I keep thinking I need to talk about Nassim because he's doing this amazing thing. Like Nassim has actually, I guess he's doing similar type of stuff that to what Dan Winter has done, but it seems like he's working with like people are doing the science and they're writing new papers and they're writing new formulas. And I don't know if anyone's seen the International Space Foundation. Is that what it is? The ISF, the foundation that Nassim and his wife and the team have established. But really check it out because he actually has all the math behind the tiny little vortexes that are, I guess, the nucleus or the protons. And these protons are mini black holes, and they look exactly like what I was just drawing. These, you know, a vortex mirrored against another vortex. Here, I'll draw it for you. So many ideas. Where's my scribbles? Scribbles. Right, and this is a little mini black hole. This is what Nassim Haramein and his scientists are saying, that this is the structure of every particle that comes into instantiation as matter. So he's saying very similar things, but what I find really funny is that somebody like Nassim Haramein is probably not going to talk to Dan Winter, is probably not going to talk to Eileen McCusick, and it's just this kind of thing where we have this weird separation in alternative science. But yeah, so check out Nassim Haramein's stuff. I think ultimately he will publish probably the first really fully documented math behind mini vortexes being the structure of fundamental reality. Sorry, it is late, so I'm trying to get all these ideas out. I know what I sound like. So let's mute this. Let me take a little break. Hooey! Ellie Wynn, OMG. Nice to see you, Ellie. I was thinking about you. We missed you on the stream the other night, but you're here now. Love it. Welcome, welcome. Anything else that I miss? Astralis friend said telepathy. Yeah, so, you're saying telepathy. That's great. This idea that telepathy dissipates over distance, the same way Eileen was talking about how we have, I guess I'll keep going for one more second here. So let's say we have a human person, stick man, stick woman. Okay, so we have a person and the human biofield. Memories that happen today are very close to the body. Birth memories are the furthest away. When you start, birth memories are right here, so you know what they are. They inform the point. When you go to half-life, when you're in your teens and 20s, your birth memories start to be further away from you because you start to have more and more and more memories that push out your etheric bubbles. And then by the time you're old like me, no, I'm just kidding, but old, you start to get your half-life. We're like an atomic structure, right? So we have a half-life and we have like an Oort cloud or a heliosphere, right? The extremity, our birth layer. So when we're born, our etheric plasma layer is here, and then ultimately it ends up at the very outskirts, which is why, in fact, it's very hard to remember that layer, because what we do to memory is we ping it from our central nervous system, which is our antenna. We send a signal into the field and we say, hey, like retrieve this memory, and we bring it back. We quantumly resonate with a memory. And if I tell you right now, think about what happened when you were 15. Think about what happened when you're 8. Think about what happened when you were 2. Think about when you were born. You'll realize that we have like this, the inverse proportion law applies to memory. One other little tidbit here that no one talks about potentially is that time theoretically, could be this negative layer between plasma layers of memory. This is something that I've thought about. I don't know if I've heard it before, but I like it. Like, time is actually not a physical, or it's not a materialized plasma. It's plasma in dark mode, but it's the space that separates the membranes or the layers of our existence. And the space between is defined by the oscillation of our frequency, which is our heart. Our heartbeat defines the distance between each plasma oscillation emanation of our body. It gets a little complicated, but it's basically like you send it right now, sitting where you are or standing where you are, you send out a state of your whole existence into the field. And because depending on how much you exert into this memory or resonate with it, that's how much it gets stored into the field. So if you're in flow and you're, that's what we talk about by being in flow, or, that just passed me by, it flew right over my head. We talk about this a lot, like information comes at us. We get overwhelmed. We are at tension with things. We give attention to things. And on and on and on in terms of retrieval of information. So I really think this is one of these things that kind of makes sense. Layers upon layers upon layers. Our memories are stored outside the body. The space between the layers is time, and that's how something like an ant can have a full life cycle of its own oscillation versus the oscillation of a human or an animal. And that's why we have these different things where we're like, well, an ant lives, a day or two, with relation to in relation to humans' lifespan, but to an ant, it doesn't feel like that. And how do you do it's one of these things, the same way I try and think about why there are 8 billion people that look identical, but not really. They all look different. Why do creatures experience time the way they do, and we experience time the way we do, and planetary systems experience time the way they do? But time doesn't change. Time is not really even anything. Time is a measurement. And I think, so if you allow time to be a fractal unit of separation, it's like a spacer. Time is a spacer that's essentially counter space. So it's just negative space between two plasma membranes. Then time can exist fractally at all scales, and then you can have time be relative to the size of the experiencer. All right, now I'm going to take a break. Time bubbles, inverse time bubbles. Yeah, Ellie Wynn, awesome to have you here. Cybercelly says, please realize, the mind does not really hold the memories. Exactly. I think, we could argue that the neurons have a full perception of the entire universe at every single instance of a neuron, right? We could say that. But I think it's important to note that it's a dance between the eye. Think about it. This wormhole tube shape of the human body, with a black hole and white hole, looks like an eye. The great eye shape is really what's at play here. So it's the eye, which is the squeezed hypotrochoid or hourglass shape, nested within a torus shape, the donut. So it's eye within the donut. That's it. Me and the donut. All right, that's a good one. That's a long one. See, this is the type of stuff that I want to put into a documentary or a long show, but this is just barely scratching the surface, because what I would have to do is, or what I'd like to do, is put all the reference material along with this and also articulate it better. Okay, so I'm going to leave my chat up here, and here we go, get some tunage. Great to see you, Space Fam. Let me know what you think about what I've been saying here, about my inverse time bubbles, about birth memories being far away from you, being hard to retrieve, about hexagons. Did that make sense? And diamonds, of course, not just hexagons. Like nested hexagons are basically bubbles that squeeze. Like look it up. Like nobody explains why we have hexagons in nature. It's completely like either intentionally hidden knowledge or literally people don't know. It's just crazy. This one's called Bring Me Back. I'll be back in a few.
Bring me back. Just bring me back out of the cold. Ooh, bring me back. Just bring me back. I need you more. This cosmic revelation, we all have our bases to play. We preachers driving against the grain. Built your world with nothing to fear but yourself. Apparitions that we bleed through. Every fear, your open wide soul modulation. You just come feel this ride so high, your love I'm craving. But I can't see it till you, ooh, just bring me back. Oh, bring me back out of the cold.
yeah, I bet you gonna do it. I will water you. I don't know, we gotta do a show one night where I can sing and play loud. I just feel it's like so quiet and everybody's asleep. Alright, 1:43 a.m. Super cool moon. I mean, we couldn't ask for a nicer view, huh? Just incredible. So yeah, NGC, thanks for reminding me. I was like, I need to figure this one out. So little trick, figured out how to do our inverted shot. Looks gorgeous when you see these lines, striations, and filaments across the lunar surface in this inverted look, which is not inverted anymore. Now I'm looking at it normally, but when I just had it. Trying to be all fancy with it. Bet you go and do it. But I want to say thanks for all the kind comments. Let's keep going here with some of the tunes because I'm grooving with y'all, and I'm probably going to switch up the lens here. Let's get a little closer. What do you think? Yeah. Play some Desert Fires to go along with our setup.
Though life is rough, no mystery or love. In between our records, we found light and turned to dust. Oh, shocking on the beach, and we knew just what to say. And now I feel the echoes all along the electric vein. My breath is so inspiring. Oh, it's nothing like I thought it though. One day there's nothing left to prove. All this love we find, falling into phase with you. Long enough or I'm gonna lose my mind. Laying out the evidence, I'm coming the shot this time. Lightning is a fire. Say you to love for so long. Oh, like my desert fire. Fire. Lights in the distance. I walk slowly up the stairs. See a hand of lion sit alone upon his bed. Oh, fractured beast, I know it's been so long. What time is it? Time is it? I know I will cast sight of it. So go on, inform. Oh, sand is like the mind and scattered soul. I let it go. Sigh like I'm all reaching out. I left my home for 7 nights, trail along for 7 nights. Let the whole heart sing. We're coming to shot this time. Like a desert fire. Say you've been trailing on so long. Like a desert fire. Like a desert fire. Desert fire. Like a desert fire. Say you burn like a desert fire. A desert fire. Ooh, I saw you on the train. It's 9 o'clock. Deep down, I thought you were so indestructible, with perfect beauty underneath. I was driven to slightly smile and lie by your feet. Stability is rocking, it's stability, zipping up interchangeably. Iteration upon iteration. I saw you past the shadow, it was 12 o'clock. Oh, baby, I don't know, but maybe we could steal a show. Don't mean the love don't hinge on nothing above. And find yourself responsible for all we become. Hey, even when we claim the game that we play, don't fret, it's only tough. It's only tough 'cause we choose to play. I'm thinking of something open eruption strung on your song, so feel like you notice a person. Oh yeah, so take it apart so I can be there. That's all I can. Yeah, oh yeah, so take it apart so I can be there. So yeah, oh yeah, take it apart so I can be there. So I can be there. Focusing out, focusing in, open inside, focusing in. How do I know? How do we get tears of fall getting really so real? How do we feel it? Focusing out, focusing in, open inside, focusing in. How do I know? How do we get tears of fall getting really so real? How do we feel it? Focusing out, focusing in, open inside, focusing in. How do we know? How do we get tears of fall getting really so right? Oh, look how we feel. Don't fear, just leave it. We're sending pictures of the moon, nobody believes it. Sometimes we just get near it. Our inner voices just leave it. I've been there, I see shit. Our oscillators the weirdest, nobody can hear it. Sometimes we just feel it, or they just stare beneath it. I've been waiting just now, flying up till the bubbles pop through the That's a power now, that's a power now, that's a power now, that's a power now. I've been waiting just now, flying up till the bubbles pop through the That's a power now, that's a power now, that's a power now, that's a power now.
Alright, those were a few songs just jamming out with y'all. Oh my goodness, this view. Oh my goodness, this view. Yeah. This is definitely up there with some of the best nights we've had. Look at that incredible detail under Tico. I don't even want to scribble on it. It's just so killer. You can see not only the edge, the limb detail, but also these ridges coming out underneath. It's it's just mind-bending to be looking this far away into space and just getting this kind of resolution from, honestly, my staircase. It's ridiculous. So thanks Luna and telescopes and cameras and YouTube for letting us do this. Just no limitation right now. Soaring through space. So check this out. I have all this stuff to say that's scientific, but really I just am more staggered by the pure, just pure immaculateness of the shot. That's all I can say right now. I'm just stunned. Screenshot time. Yeah, I'm just going to stay on different parts of this and play a few more tunes. Love to get back to some plasma ideas, because of course it really doesn't matter if these... I used to think everyone should know that the craters on the moon were actually karst. They were karst, they were caused by electrical scarification. I was like, that's it. People are crazy if they think it was meteoric impact. But I started to realize that it doesn't matter really what people think. What matters is really the structure. These hexagons, pentagons, dodecahedrons, hexagons, all these shapes. Like, why did they look that way? How do we get sharp corners? Why is there a hexagon at the pole of Saturn? Why do proteins fold in hexagons or diachotron instabilities? You have these shapes that are recursive, but nobody really wants to say how that relates to something useful. When I was saying earlier that they get hung up in complexity, and whereas I try and bring the complexity down to earth, which is that, yes, anybody can say that a cat's eye looks like a nebula, looks like a flower, looks like a fruit. Everybody's done that video, but people don't really continue past that point and explain why all these shapes exist, how they exist, and fundamentally what it, like, how it actually makes your life better in a useful way. And when for me, understanding that geometry means I can look at any type of object and immediately see, you know, like the matrix code around an object, because I understand how the structure of the crystalline structure of our reality is composed. So instead of it being this erudite, complex, metaphysical hypothesis speculation, which even in alternative circles it kind of annoys me, where it's like, is the universe electric? Are things connected? And I'm like, yeah, they are. Yes. Can we start with, yes, they're connected, and here's this new idea? It's still like, even again, alternative circles is like, is Einstein wrong? Could physics be in crisis? I'm like, yes, 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 yes. Okay, so anyway, time for tunes. Enough lamentation. So which track do I play here is the question. We got a vibe going, and I don't know, I just get ADHD with these tracks again. So, but I gotta find that perfect song, you know, it's just one of those things. If we have the opportunity, we should take it. I did have one that I wanted to play. I really did, I promise. And it's coming up real soon. Real soon. I'm hyping it up. It's gonna be great. I'll take requests too. Alright, this one's called Astute Rebellion. Let's go get some reggae vibes up in here.
Kaya wants to be light up that winter bread. Black Kaya wants to be red. Wish our black waterfall so the words cut harder once. Side vomit, mom and dad. Those times ain't coming back. Hard to know just how to feel. And could they ever know peace? Maybe I'll just cut them slack. But they work so hard to relax. And when they get their bodies to the sea, I feel the end becomes me. We're the end, become the solution. all this time I'm laying along. Do you know why I've been beaten from the heart? I know, no lie. I've been thinking about you all night. Why? No why. I've been waiting for your white light, light. No why. Thinking that you should be mine. So call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. So call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. Oh, you send me messages across the cosmic network, and you send me pictures from across the astral plane, and you send me cryptic kisses across the matching network. So call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. So call me up, 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 and let's get down, 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 down. Somebody, somebody. Je t'attends, mon amour, assez tu es, assez l'amour que la même semaine, achetant la éternelle, avec on ensemble liés. Je suis la même, ton avant l'année chaque jour. Je t'attends, mon amour, avec les mecs sans agréver. Et c'est mon âme magnétique, c'est l'amour magnétique, c'est mon amour magnifique. Cool running, no water. You
Alright. Damn. So many cool views tonight. Just doing this over here at Copernicus, and you can see some incredible detail around the rim of the crater. So from a distance, there's a lot of hexagonal stuff going on, but it's truly more of like a dodeca, probably. And you can see the broken walls, you can see the three center peaks. It's pretty astounding, and all the filamentary action going on. So whether or not, again, crater from a meteor or an electric scar, you still have this fundamental geometry going on. And you have dendritic ridges, and if we move over, we can take a look at where this extends down to Kepler. Just remarkable visibility tonight. So Kepler, just, you see these kind of rays coming out from behind Kepler. Slow down, come back. Yeah, so Kepler always is a little bit underwhelming when you kind of get to it, but compared, of course, to Aristarchus and Copernicus. But I think the more important part here are all these extended rays. So impact with all these extended rays, or massive electric scar emanating from all directions like a big alien tentacle connecting the moon. Always interesting to see the bright white tips of the craters that catch the sunlight. You can see a bunch of aberration, but still not too bad at all. Let's go back to Aristarchus here. You can see it's almost like extending electrical currents. But look at this shot of Aristarchus. I mean, we've caught it many times before, but this is what I was talking about yesterday. You can see this very interesting structured geometry inside Aristarchus crater. You see the little notches? It almost looks artificially created. But of course, I think it's more that nature has sharp angles in it due to what I said earlier, which is compression and rarefaction. So that makes sense. The other thing is that we have this crater not in the middle, not off to the side, but right on the vertice of this larger diamond shape. Like we have across the moon, we have craters with tiny craters on the rims of larger craters. And that's something that Thunderbolts Project has talked about a lot, but it's really true. It's one of these very interesting anomalies, or phenomenons. Phenomena. What's up, Fantasy? Great to see you, brother. This is the 8-inch, right? It's crazy, NGC. It's really doing the work. What are we? We're 2024, and started this 9 years ago. Same scope, kicking ass. The camera has upgraded a few times, but still. And mosquitoes have not changed, unless, no, they actually have gotten smarter. They definitely have changed. But yeah, I was calling out this interesting geometry inside Aristarchus crater. You can even see, once it resolves, the tiny central peak. A big part of, not to get into it very deeply about electric scarification versus meteoric impact, but there is this very carved out type geometry when it comes to electric scarification that doesn't exist when you look at ballistic impacts. So if you see ballistic tests, or you see the kind of prevailing video around, here's a laboratory experiment that either NASA or some subset of that type of group has done to recreate meteoric impacts. And every time I see these videos and the results of these experiments, they look nothing like Aristarchus or Tycho or Plato, with the structured sides, with the pentagons, the hexagons. It just does not look the same. And when you see ballistic tests hit metal or sheet metal or objects, you have much less structured remnants of impact, right? The other part of it that Electric Thunderbolts Project brings up a lot is that all these strikes look like they're 90 degrees to the surface. So if the lunar surface was bombarded during the great late heavy bombardment era epoch, then you'd think you get different types of craters. And what we actually get is very similar craters and very similar phenomena on these craters. It's been a while since I've talked about lunar geology, but it bears, I don't know, it's worth repeating a million times because no one talks about it, especially when you can see Aristarchus this close up. So Aristarchus crater on the corner. To the left of it, you've got Herodotus, which is a flat-floored crater, a bit more like melted. It looks more melted and more smooth, right, than this what looks like really a gem or a crystalline structure to the Aristarchus crater. Then you have the diamond shape behind it, right? This giant region that we can see from Earth, where really it's not discussed. You can take my word for it or look it up, but look up Aristarchus Plateau, and you'll see that there is no research around why it looks this way, why it's so fundamentally different than every other structure on the moon in this particular regard, with all the different structures in it, right? It's got a diamond area, right, and it has one of the most unique craters imaginable and brightest on its corner. Then it's got a flat-floored crater to the side of it. Then it's got Schroeder's Valley, which is the longest snaking tunnel that we see, or sinuous rill that we see on the surface of the moon from Earth. It's phenomenal. Like there's nothing like it anywhere in geology, and yet it's literally not talked about on a regular basis. Let's see, just checking the chat over here. Damn Gil Bates and his genetically modified mosquitoes. It's pretty funny. Ryan, I've never streamed any comets. To be honest, comets typically appear north for me, and I can't get any scope viewing on the north side of the place. It's usually that. Every time I've tried to view the comet, it's just somewhere that I can't place the scope, or too low to the horizon that I can't see it at all. So, yeah, no, I've never actually, that's one thing I have never streamed. I caught an asteroid, and I've definitely caught objects, right, that could be, some have been satellites, some have been the ISS, but definitely we've caught some that looked like meteors or asteroids crossing in front of Saturn. There's one, and yeah, there's you can check out some of the playlists if you want to see these transits. It's really incredible what, like, just in 9 years, what we've been able to capture here. But yeah, to get back to Aristarchus here, for me, this is easily one of the most overlooked points in science. For not just geologists, right, but for astronomy. Like, why don't we have discussions about Aristarchus? Anyway, I won't belabor it, but yeah. I'm going to zoom out one layer. I feel like this is great, but we can get slightly more detail if we zoom out. And the skies are perfect, absolutely perfect tonight. Yeah, it's better than normal NGC. I don't know, tonight it's just one of those. Well, you know what it actually is? It's that the moon is, it started on a westerly ecliptic, where it was setting very far, northwest. Not very far, but at least a few degrees northwest. And then it's slowly moved back towards the southwestern ecliptic, with just a passage across the sky. And so it's really actually perfect. It's like at the 68 degrees for me. And also it is springtime in Florida, so it's just a combined effect of clear skies and a lower ecliptic passage. And a full moon at like 2 a.m. is we usually get these kind of nice views, if it's clear. So yeah, not too bad at all. Excuse me. Just yawning a little bit. I am grateful to be able to share it, Rain. Go feed the dog and chickens. All right, NGC. I feel that. So yeah, let's play a couple of songs here, and then I'm going to we'll scout around for a little while longer. Let me know if there are any particular parts of the moon that you want to look at. I'll be happy to go there. Name a place, or just tell me up, down, left, right. A, B, select, start. See how bright Aristarchus it is? It's how bright Aristarchus is. Somebody asked yesterday, like, why is it so bright? And like I said, there are a few reasons why it could be bright, but if we're looking at it right here with this kind of detail, I think there's something to be said for the fact that it's extremely reflective. It's almost like a shiny metal plate. It's insane. And it's also structured geometrically, so it has that hexagonal nature to it, which means it's even more potent in terms of its reflectivity. I did mention off-gassing, where we have these vents, little pockets on the moon that release certain forms of noble gases that mix and create a form of luminescence, very low levels. And then we also have the different materials. But it's hard. I don't really know, I'll be honest, but just looking at it up close, it seems like it's mineral deposits and structures and crystalline structures, as well as, I think, the way it's structured, the geometry of it, that creates the brightness. Like a lot of the shapes on the moon. I think there's something to it. That's just my take, but there's also a little alien in there too. Do you see the tiny little alien? I've never seen him. I've never seen the ET before, but it's gosh, so clear. Let me scribble this little ET. Yeah, not too shabby, Ellie. Where is this thing? So talking to myself. Okay, where's this? Dating time, pain time. Yeah, so time for a little pareidolia tour. So look at the little Johnny Five kind of head with the two little eyes right there, and the long little neck, and the little body like that. You see that? With a little arm. It's so silly. Looks like a little Wally. But that's the little alien that I see. But if I'm just following the shape, like I said, diamond shape, right? Aristarchus, hexagonal shape on the corner. Oof, my drift is hefty tonight. You see the cute little alien? It's so cute. I'd really never noticed it before. So Schroeder's Valley, that's what I was saying, Valles Scroteri. This is the one that Thunderbolt's project always references when they do electric scarification of the moon. They always reference this. And so people have talked about it, but I still feel like it's super underrated in terms of science. Super underrated. So yeah, these filaments, lots of filaments. So what are these, right? Like, is this a volcano and this is lava, right? Is that? Or is this a giant rock smashing right there and the ballistic results, right? Or are we talking about filaments? Lots and lots of filaments. Electrical filaments streaming down from the heavens. I mean, from a passing by star or something. Electrical filaments. Filaments for everybody. And then the filament stays there like Electric Universe Eyes video, or like what's his name, Billy Elverton's videos where they blast like clay with electrical plates and they get craters by blasting stuff with electricity instead of like hitting things with a rock. Because hitting things with a rock does that. You get this kind of weird crater where, yes, you have a central peak, but the central peak is kind of this mound, right? And it's usually this kind of deformed surface, right? So it's like a cup and like a mountain that gives us the little central peak, and this is what they say happens, right? I don't know. If you look at it and you think about like, okay, this meteor is coming down like pretty fast, right? Like incredibly fast, incredibly powerful. But it's not coming down like this, is it? It's not coming down at a 90-degree angle. And we're talking about like the creation of Aristarchus, right? This is what I mean, again, I'm not even like being an egomaniac here. Like, I would love to hear what NASA or lunar geologists have to say about the creation of Aristarchus. I'm just saying I've never seen it. So these are really our two kind of possibilities right now, unless somebody, unless I think another one could be that these are giant, like, I don't want to say pimples, they're not pimples, but they're like volcanoes that emerge from the, the surface, right? Almost like a barnacle, or like a coral. So these are the three, I think, possibilities in terms of the creation of craters on the moon. So this is one of these things that you don't really consider a lot until you start to think about it, and you're like, wait, how would we create these very elaborately, intensely precise geometric formations on the moon? That's why it's very compelling to imagine that we do have this circuitry that potentially moved across the surface of the moon or plugged into the moon, a little bit like we see neurons plug into each other, or we plug a plug into a socket, right? So a giant electrical cosmic lightning bolt attached itself to a certain part of the moon and created this massive, it pulled up the material, like, what's his name says? Who talks about the stuff on Thunderbolts? With the cool glasses, Andy something talks about the weather. It'll come to me. But yeah, so imagine we have an electrical arc attaching itself to the surface of the moon. Then we could get persistent electricity at this one point. And that's how we might be able to get a very precise geometry, because this thing is actually kind of melting a shape into the surface of the moon, as opposed to a meteor or asteroid hitting the moon at different angles and creating these, hexagons or pentagons. Like, how's that happening, really? Like I said, if you have ballistic tests, more Jello, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. I know it's late, coming up on 2:26 a.m. here, but I've been wanting to talk about this for a while, so I'm going to keep going. Let me know what you think about what I'm talking about here. Is there a fourth way that we could potentially have this Aristarchus crater formation? So think for yourself what's going on. It says, I don't know what the moon is, but volcanoes for me is a bit of a stretch. Like I said, I'm just trying to present all the possibilities, right? Like, I'm open to... We basically grew up with meteors struck the moon and created all the things. And then I saw Thunderbolt's project about electric scarification. I'm like, that's interesting. Like, then I started to ask all these questions, start to realize that why couldn't we have giant electrical scarification of the moon instead? Then the volcanoes, right, could theoretically emerge from the moon, or also, might be remnants of an electrical scar. But I'm also trying to think, like, is there another way we could have these craters form? even if these were, let's say, artificial, it would be still incredible because we have so many craters that would need to be artificially created. So I'm just trying to think of the extremities of the idea here. Yeah, totally. Please throw in comments, think for yourself. All good. Did I miss anyone in the chat? Let me know. Sometimes I can't see things because of the black and white, but yeah, so anyway, this is where I ended up with crater creation on the moon. I think it's super important. No one talks about it. There's this very intrinsic, inherent fundamental geometry going on. We have an easy way to look at it and assess it, right? From a backyard, I can basically put up this telescope, under $5,000 camera, and look at it on high resolution. And I'm not a geologist, not an electrical engineer, like I don't know any of this stuff, but why don't we have that? Like, why are we trying to figure out, you know, the Higgs field and what happened after the Big Bang before figuring out, you know, some basic lunar geology? Not that we shouldn't do that. I just think there's priorities, right? I feel like this is a little bit more important. NGC says volcanoes work if you use stellar metamorphosis. That's the thing, like, there is this amazing concept that I really love called stellar metamorphosis, and Jeffrey Jeffrey Wolynsky, W-O-L-Y-N-S-K-I, Jeffrey came up with it, derived it, whatever it may be, found it through his channel where he explains that. Actually, let me talk about Jeffrey, and I'll scribble stellar metamorphosis. But let's just finish up here. So yeah, I think electric scarification just as easily could be the reason that we have all these amazing structures on the moon. I think it's important to your average person to be able to look at the moon and say, hey, I know how that happened, as opposed to looking up there and being like, meteors? Late heavy bombardment? Like, how do scientists know that? Wait, the moon was molten? What? Like, we're so confused by popular science views of the moon. But yeah, this whole idea of stellar metamorphosis is that planets and moons are part of stars, that they didn't just form the way NASA says, which is this molten ball Earth and this molten ball the moon, and then they cooled into the moon and Earth, and that's what we have today. It really makes far less sense. It makes a lot more sense that every single instantiation of life forms the same way, and therefore a planet and a moon is a star in a different phase of its life. So a star starts as a huge ball of energy, and it cooks a core at the center of it, and that's where you can get a very complex Earth, and ultimately a desiccated moon that might have been like Earth on the surface, or actually might have been the center. Like, we have a nickel iron core. What if the moon is actually that nickel iron core? And what if the Earth was the core of a giant star like the sun? It completely throws astronomy, cosmology, cosmogony, you name it, throws it completely for a tailspin, which is why everybody ignores Jeffrey Wolynsky. But it probably is true that things are the same thing, that stars are planets, are moons. Makes way more sense. Really simple idea and profound. Let's see, think for yourself. It says, it appears to me that the bright white spot is coming from the underside, so to speak. Well, the thing is, it looks like we get a bit of a distorted depth perception when looking at things on the moon. I don't know, it seems to me that, yeah, the moon surface definitely has layers to it. Like, it does feel like we're looking at this, we're looking beneath the surface. I do agree with that. But I'm not sure exactly why that happens the way it does, but it does appear that way. In terms of the crater itself, it does seem like the walls and the floor of the crater, which are above the surface of the regolith, are also glowing extremely brightly. So yeah, I like this idea of the electroscarification. Obviously, the meteor problem, like I said, I think is a ballistics issue and an angle issue, right? We can imagine meteors hitting the surface, but I can't imagine those meteors leaving the shapes that we see on the moon, which is just crazy. Let me erase this and just quickly do the stellar metamorphosis thingamajigger. So stellar metamorphosis means, wait. So right now the accretion model says stars form in active galactic nuclei, AGIs. It's funny they want AGIs and they already have AGIs. So active galactic nuclei, and stars via gravitational collapse draw in matter and condensed matter. So we have condensed matter stars. They don't call it that. That's what Pierre-Marie Robitaille wants to call it. But essentially, we have stars that are created by a point of energy that sucks in a bunch of other energy and starts to grow and expand. So this, everyone agrees that this happens. What everyone doesn't agree upon is that within this orbit of this star, you have a bunch of molten plasma just floating around like blobs of plasma. And these blobs of plasma somehow, what science says is that these blobs come together and these blobs ultimately become Earth after being molten plasma, molten plot armor. But anyway, and what Jeffrey Walensky's saying is that no, all these little planets are not like molten balls and then turn into Earth, right? He's saying that every single one of these little balls is also one of these stars. So I think that makes a lot more sense. It's what I've been saying about plasma universe for a long time. Like, we are at the center, like this is our brain, let's say, or pineal gland, or our eye, right? And we project into ether, and ether or object projects back at us, and this point, this quantum entanglement point where we meet things, becomes its own entire center of the universe. That makes more sense. So instead of active galactic nuclei making stars and planets and moons separately, active galactic nuclei exist but also create little stars. So that's the first big change. And then what's the second big change? The second big change is that the life cycle of a star right now is that we have this giant star, and the star gets bigger and hotter, and then boom, we have a giant nova or supernova explosion. And that's it. Or we have stars like the sun or Regulus or Rigel or whatever. So that's a life cycle of a star. And then we have molten plasma ball Earth, molten plasma ball Moon, become actual Earth, actual Moon. And where this came from, question mark, nobody has any real idea, right? Like, full question mark, and they show you a simulation of how this might work, but nobody can really explain how we end up at a very complex Earth with humans and a nickel iron core, etc., and a moon that looks like the way it does. So here's a huge divergent path for stellar metamorphosis, where Jeffrey is saying, okay, let's say everything is a star. Okay, everything is a star. So instead of a star having just a get bigger, explode life cycle, some stars blow off their outer shell, right? And at the center, we have a core of a star. So at the center of a star, we have the beginning of a planet. That's what's really interesting. And so it makes a lot of sense, because at the center of a star, you have all this pressure raining down on the center, pushing and creating a crystalline Earth, an Earth of incredible complexity. And then Earth itself is also creating a little nickel iron core itself. This is where we have our layers, right? This is where the structure of the Birkeland filament comes into play, right? All over again. But I think that's a way more logical idea. So let's say we have a star that blows its top, and then we're left with the starts of something like Jupiter, right? Jupiter with all its layers. At the center of Jupiter right now, we have a core that's forming, right? On the outside of Jupiter, we have hydrogen and helium, and as we get closer to the core, it becomes harder and more dense. And so Jupiter, let's say, goes from, I hope you're seeing this on screen. So Jupes, let's say, to Uranus, to something like Earth. I mean, I'm jumping ahead, right? But to something like Mars, to something like the Moon, to something like asteroids, right? So we start with stars like the Sun, and this is more of how Jeffrey explains stellar metamorphosis. So instead of molten balls that we don't know the origin of, that turned into the Moon and Earth, we get more of a completely a continuous universe, continuous structure where a star cooks a planet at its core, and then over time it loses all the layers, and you're left with the center of the star, which is an Earth, which has been cooked into this incredibly complex, incredibly dense life source, right? And over time it desiccates, because that's what happens to everything. Everything rots and ripens, and it turns into things like Mars, and then it turns into something like the Moon that looks like the surface of a planet with no water, that's extremely old. So stellar metamorphosis not only redefines how cosmology and how stars and planets work, but also changes the entire ages of everything. So instead of the Moon and the Earth being the same age as the Sun, the Moon could be 1 trillion years old. Earth could be hundreds of billions of years old, and the Sun could be 150 million years old, because the Sun is actually much younger than the Earth. The Earth is extremely complicated, and our Sun is actually far less complicated. It's a convection oven of molten plasma that still has yet to form into anything. So at the center of our Sun, we might have another planet. At the center of Jupiter, we might have another planet Earth. This is what's profound. So, shout outs to Jeffrey for sharing his wisdom to 785 people who've subscribed, 600 of which are probably trolls. But NGC, thanks for keeping up with Jeffrey. You know, because it's profound how he figured this out, because it absolutely answers, like, I don't know, 5 major questions in one fell swoop. All right. Now I'm going to read some comments. Sorry. Let's go. Think for yourself says, know what I mean? We wouldn't. Sorry, I'm missing context here. All right, let me adjust our image. Our image. I mean, how nice is this shop? This is like old days. Old nights. Yo, what's up, Buried Axeblade? Nice to see you. It says, I totally agree. What seed is under Neptune? Under Neptune? Yeah, right? Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, even Saturn, right? And we don't know if these worlds will ever... No, that's not true. I don't know. It's hard to tell like which planets. It's what I love about it is that it gives just the right amount of spice to life. It says that not every star will make a proper planet, and not every planet will come to fruition. And that makes sense because we see that in nature. NGC says, it took me a while to come around, but I'm all in now. Love me some Jeffrey. Look, I disagree with him about a few things, but in terms of stellar metamorphosis, I'm all in. I think it's brilliant. Him, Daniel Archer, and is it Baz? I forgot who the other guy is, but there are a couple of them. But really, I mean, the fact that he just put it out there and people just trolled the hell out of him, but this idea is profoundly brilliant. OG Knights, hell yeah, I love it. I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to read here because I feel like I missed some things. Ellie Wynn says, I love doodles. Think for yourself. You're talking about some stuff I missed. I'm sorry. A couple of things. One is sun and moon is an apparent position to another when the sky is reversed. So I understand it can only reverse 6,000 years ago. That's hard to tell. That's hard to tell. About 6,000 years ago. I mean, I definitely agree that certain events happened 6,000, 12,000, 20,000 that we don't know about exactly, but I'm not sure about the position. One is sun and moon is an apparent position. I'm having a slightly hard time understanding that. Sorry. Let's see. Just stops, apparently. Good question. I think they were doing ultra. Solar cycle. 2:44 a.m. here, 4:44 p.m. with NGC. Love me some 4:44. Is 4:44 haunting you? Join our group and something is coming. Urgent. Urgent. Pay attention. What on earth is happening? I'm telling you, like sometimes I'll type in Electric Universe stuff and I'll get Theoria, Ken Wheeler's channel. It's like, urgent warning. And then I'll get Suspicious Observers. And it's like, something is coming. Warning, urgent, pay attention. I'm like, it's literally exhausting. Literally exhausting. And figuratively exhausting, but literally. Let's see. Think for yourself. Feel free to continue sharing your thoughts. I'm basically having a bit of a hard time following what you were saying earlier, but yeah, no fights in here. The vibe is always very chill. All ideas welcome to be are up on the chopping block. Not on the chopping block, but just I'll talk about anything within reason, of course. So yeah, we're looking at Luna. We're already getting a bit of waning at the top right corner, so we're getting a slightly softer limb, but really great. Just I can't say anything negative about the shot tonight. It's perfect. Astralistran says, lol, 4:44 be bad for group. Four is not means that's... Well, when I was haunted by 4:44 years ago, and then I got that message on Facebook, I don't know, it was 15, 20 years ago, it must have been. I was like, are you haunted by 4:44? It's like, other people also are haunted by 4:44. But, of course, because there's just, humans are brilliant, and there are only a few numbers that we use on a regular basis, so we're haunted by them. Rainsong says, I truly believe what you said about the mom stars and planets being one and the same. I'm telling you, like, when I heard him say it, Jeffrey Walensky explained this whole stellar process, I was like, man, that's brilliant. One of his little kind of anecdotal jokes is he's like, would you look at a room full of people with babies and adults and say they're two different things? No, you'd realize that they're all humans at different stages of their lives. So why do we look at the cosmos and our solar system and say, no, all these planets are different things formed in different ways, but they all belong to the same sun and they're all the same age? It seems like absolutely insane that we do that, and yet no one has the wherewithal or an alternative suggestion. And turning it on its head is incredible, because you're like, wait, I didn't ever think about how planets were formed. I mean, I did, but not many people do. And I'm sure many of you have seen that simulation from NASA Jet Propulsion where they show you like the molten Earth and a molten moon, and they cool off, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, now, like, what? Now we have an Earth and a moon with like internet and cars and the moon from molten balls that were like, where's the spin from? Where are the humans? It's just such a leap. So if you imagine that, no, like everything in life is cooked within spheres, nested spheres, nested toruses, nested hypotrochoids, right? It's the same shape, but it's that same shape nested infinitely up and down. And so therefore, this idea of cooking a planet inside a womb, like a star, is just genius, like absolutely genius, and completely recontextualizes the entire cosmos. And not only that, it reinforces atomic structure, it reinforces human nature, right? It brings cosmology in line with humans. Instead, we live in this crazy cosmology where it's completely backwards, and everything is different, and we're not connected, and everything's super far away. It's just really, I don't know, it doesn't make more sense to me. Right, the pareidolia is on fleek. Ooh, do you see that? That's a very crystal clear little burb. Just love this region, Mare Imbrium. So we ride in here. Thanks y'all for hanging out with me as always. I still got some energy. I don't know, maybe 30 minutes. How long we've been going for? Ooh, 3 hours. Is it really? No, it's like 2.5 hours, right? It don't matter. We keep going. Probably 2.5 hours. So yeah, maybe another 30 minutes here. Maybe a tune while I stretch. Align the chakras. Call in my mind. Earlier request. I'll be back in a couple. Forces
souvenir, a swimmers rescue, a retourner, le fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Float, the moon is calling, a souvenir, a swimmers rescue, a retourner, le fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Float, the moon is calling, a souvenir, a swimmers rescue, a retourner, le fixing the phone, mixing your liquids, now you're left for dead. Just pay your debts. Float, formidable opponent, angry crackpot, formidable opponent, dangerous lecture, formidable opponent. Walk out, formidable opponent, think you have the choice. Formidable opponent, angry crackpot, formidable opponent, dangerous lecture.
Dangerous lecture. It's been a minute with that song. Alright, so just got the inverted image on so we can see a bit more detail, right? And I got it zoomed in over here at Mare Crisium, the Sea of Crises, and Proclus, which should be bright, is very dark right here, the little crescent crater to the left, and you can see the very defined 120 degree separation between the rays emanating from Proclus. But you'll also see this hypotrochoid shape that I've been scribbling all night. I'm going to switch it back over here, switch it over so you can see the real deal Holyfield. Alright, so Mare Crisium, we got the two little islets of the crab, Pierce and Picard. We got the fun little, almost looks like my something, writing of the little scattering of the micro mountains. But yeah, what I wanted to scribble here is just our fundamental shape, our fundamental geometry. Right here. So pull this down a little bit. So right here, that's Proclus, and then we've got Mare Crisium over here. Always looks like a rupee from Zelda, or a crab. Come back up. There we go. Pierce and Picard. And then the shape, I think what I was really trying to show is this. That's our hypotrochoid, or our pinched plasma tube. And at the center we've got a pinched node. And at the top we almost have the stickman shape right here. And to the sides we have a two-dimensional representation of the torus. And it's recursive throughout, but that's a really fundamental one. Oof, I'm getting a little tired. But yeah, this is super cool. Incredible view tonight. I'm glad I streamed. And always grateful for these kind of skies. Let's browse around, scout some other interesting anomalies.
twilight will come. Your welfare's and just with like fools, just with the cool chicks. Their minds are silver lips. Something around wild, separate well, sin wild, sleeping out. Look at the walls, it's a big attraction. Look at the wall, it's a punk. Get it, good, get it, good, get it, good, get it. Take the eyes, the night is on, find its way until the hot dog's done. It's fine, faithful wine, until the time, till the twilights are gone. You're well, said you're well, said fight. It's just with love and cool chicks. Now mind, look at me, look at say focus. I'm real wild, till well, said why real wide, still well, till get it good, get it good, get it good, can love other people. Shining through the prison dagger, losing my mind. Crawling through the chasm, shadows vibrate.
All right, that was a ride. So funny trying to draw and keep the scope going at the same time. Freaking hilarious. Let me adjust this for a second and take a little breather. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, thanks for all the kind comments, everybody. 3:14 a.m. over here with the sharpliest moon we've seen in a while. Truly, look at that edge detail that we're going down. Absolutely crazy. Alright, so I just want to read some comments here. And I want to play some music for y'all, but it's really late. And I don't want to make any ruckus for the neighbors, so I'm going to be chill. But yeah, we groove in here with some of these old jams. Thanks, Rain Song. I appreciate it. Australis, love, song. The love is the love is the love. Ellie Wynn, man, I'm not really sorry. That was a dark one, and it's also the mix is really quiet, but I never went back to it. It was really one of those moments back when I first started TakeBackSpace. I was much more rebellious than I am now. A drive-through performance, that would be fun. Glaucoma, what's going on? Welcome. Saw you come in. If you did capture a ship lifting off, you'd have the most important piece of video ever. I could imagine. It's like one of these things, though. I think our size, our perception of size in terms of like a craft coming off the moon. I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest, because capturing the ISS across the moon. You can see that one of my best of clips, transit clips. It's crazy because the ISS is close to Earth, so you do see that kind of as a small black speck going across the moon. But an actual craft, like a one-person, two-person, like an LEM, or like even like a UAP type craft, I don't know if we would really see it if it left the moon. I don't know if we'd even see a rocket leave the moon. I mean, I would hope that we would, but I'm really not sure. If we did, it would be incredible. I think it would be incredible if we saw something hit the moon. If we recorded live stream, I think, was it David up in Colorado? He actually, during like one of the lunar eclipse, right, back in 2018-19, he recorded something actually like a flash on the moon during the eclipse, but I don't know if it was super duper clear. I think something like that would be amazing. That's for sure. Yeah, it definitely had those dark tones. What other track can I play here from olden times, way back when? What haven't I played in a while? Yeah, we've talked a lot about a lot tonight. You let me really just go off on some topics, which I've been wanting to do. How the eyes work. We didn't really talk about memory as much. But memory stored in the field, retrieved by the eye, the antenna. Not to diminish what the eye does, but having storage is important. That's where everything is. Okay. Time for some more tunes. And I think I'm going to zoom out now, even though this view is incredible. I think I'm going to start having to wrap it up. I'm getting a little tired here. Just can't stop yawning, unfortunately. Might be the cigarettes. Let's see. What track? Quelle chanson? Maybe it's time for the Bougie Boogie, don't you think? Captain of the Stars. Captain always feels like the closing song, Ellie. You always recommend it, and I'm like, you always suggest it. And I'm like, yeah, I'd love to play that, but then I'm like, it's got to be that closing song. So maybe we'll close out with Captain tonight. Let's do some Bougie Boogie. Get the dancing pants on for a little bit longer. And let's switch up this view.
Lives we live, innocence, I've known you forever. 7,000 lines are read, soul inside your bubble. Time racing tonight, intervals divided. One heavenly as a time. Would you know the life we had? And still we live our love so bad. It was always electrical. It was always electrical. It was always electrical. It's like the perception's garden, fractal harmonic diction, slowly giving rise to our carnival. We got so far, a reservation guest stars. Never mind this old honeymoon, we can make some more. Let yourself on beautiful subtle energies. I told you
Hey y'all. Alright, so the thing with the music is that I don't really want to use Bandcamp anymore, necessarily. And SoundCloud is all private because I just have all the demos and everything is disorganized. I also have music through TuneCore, which it kind of ended up distributing it on a bunch of different channels. So it's just those 3 albums, Captain of the Stars, Calling My Mind, and Vibration Theater, that's on Spotify, like iTunes, and probably a bunch of places. So if you got it from there, thank you. Bandcamp, you can still listen to everything. I would recommend not buying anything yet because I want to just really work on that and figure out a new distribution platform, or just continue with Bandcamp, but I just haven't decided what to do yet. That's why I haven't uploaded new stuff in a while. The other thing is I was thinking about potentially just organizing my SoundCloud playlists for everybody and then making them public and not worrying about it too much. And then I'll put up a PayPal link and people can just donate for the music that way. I would also say it's really perfectly fine if you just want to listen to it for free. I never really wanted to make this channel about making money, but I do appreciate everybody who has bought the music and has wanted to support me financially on the channel. It's really cool. And I don't know, back in the day I thought about doing it, but then I realized like the one thing I can really do on this channel is not make it about money, so I can just say anything I want. And I think I'm going to stick to that. No monetization, no ads, no sponsors, no money. But again, thank you I know a lot of you have actually bought the music, so thank you. Yeah, so the SoundCloud, I actually changed it, Ryan. I might have just made everything private. There are a few songs up there, but so let me know in the chat if you think SoundCloud is a good option, where I just like make playlists of everything. I'll do all the albums the way I have them in my iTunes on SoundCloud. It'll be like, I don't know, 500 songs or something. I'll do that over time. I think that might be the easiest way to do it. And yeah, and then leave Bandcamp, and then I can slowly divest from that. So let me know. Y'all are my tight group of fans, and I know you appreciate the music, and I appreciate you. So tell me if SoundCloud is a good option, or should I continue with Bandcamp, or should I don't know. I was thinking I could also make an album video file and post like 12 songs at a time on the channel, so you can just come to the channel and listen to like a segmented YouTube video of the albums as I have them. But that will actually take a lot of time considering like how much music it is. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I ever had it for sale on SoundCloud though, Ryan, so I'm not sure if you could buy it on SoundCloud. That's weird. It might have just been through TuneCore and it kind of got connected that way. It's a bit of a mess, I'll be honest. I did it so slapdash, where back in the day when I started, I was like, oh, I'll just get all these things together, let's go. It's a lot of work. A lot of work to maintain it. I see Dog. Are you new? Welcome. Says, your music is absolutely the best thing I've heard. Thank you. That's really awesome. I've been dealing with a conundrum of having a visceral need for music but not wanting to listen to any non-private singers now that I know. That's awesome. That's a super cool comment. Welcome, Dog. End of the night here, 3:27 a.m. Love it. Always appreciate the comments from y'all. It's like I've told NGC and all of y'all, actually, I have told you all, but that I think about this channel when I write the songs and how we're going to vibe to them. And that's why I feel like they really just resonate with our small community. Love it. It's one of these things that like I don't need 10,000 people to listen. Just having 30 people, 20 people, 10 people hang out and really vibe with the tracks is just something that, like, I don't know, I think it's become more popular. I think it used to be a little less popular. Now that everybody figured out how to do the bedroom producer thing, it's become definitely more popular, and people are doing the soft voiced moon streams and astronomy streams, and I love it. I like remember if y'all started with me, I was like, nobody's streaming the moon, like what's going on? Now everybody streams the moon. Every astronomy place has a thing. I love it. Let's see, what other comments here? Ryan and NC says, I love your music. There's really nothing out there that it is like. It's like Pink Floyd in a class of your own. Damn. It's an awesome comment. Thank you. Dog, all full of mind control in various different layers, subliminal through timing and frequency. Hell yeah, love it. NGC's, that's why your live chat songs are so much fun. I don't know, can I play? Can I play while it's this late? You know what I might do? I might just close the door here and we'll just play a little bit. Because I can't help myself. I'll be back in a moment, y'all. Just give me a moment. I'm sure my neighbor's gonna fucking kill me. But we'll play a little bit. I think this is the volume. I think this is the way. I think I got more to say. Let me know. Let me see. Oh, let me be myself. I know it's time. I need to give you an awesome topic for a song. I need to light up the bomb, but you know you are way ahead of the game. Oh, we know we're all the same. Oops, my earlier comment was a part 1 and part 2 because of character limits. Oh, I thought you knew. Oops, my earlier comment was part 1, part 2, part 1. Oh, let me glow, yeah, you can. You'll be fine, make no noise when you know it, when you know it's along the way. Oh Lord, strong the way you find out on the wall. There's writings fine that loves you all on the door. Hard you know it's time to drift another one, roll another loud, bring another roll of the dice to my life. It's all a risk you take, my friend. It's all a game we play in the end. Like the summer songs, like the token bongs. Oh babe, you know when we say it. It's like those salsa tracks along the railroad tracks, along the wrecking ball, the round and robin calls. So we find our way together, we'll find our loved ones, yeah, we'll find our way together. Baby, you know our love will face all the strength, we find our way and beyond, and beyond, and beyond, and beyond. And oh, you know, at the bottom of your earth and stay, at the end of this life and day, and you know we'll glow from all the way, my dear. Oh, did you know we got the way down home? Don't you know you got me deep down in my soul? Oh. At the end of the night we find a way. Oh moon, come down, come down. Come back to the... I see the chat. But where are my lyrics? Everybody throw me some words. Don't leave me in the lurch. Throw me a lyric or vernacular test. And no trepidation, just unequivocation. Linguistic gymnastics and tripsticks. Oh, true sticks, the truth sticks. But you rarely hear it anymore. The truth stinks. You hardly smell it walking down the block where you grew up. The truth hurts. Like siblings who don't call when they come by. They come around, they don't call, they don't say nothing. The truth hurts. But you don't hear it much anymore. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. It hurts those tiny little souls who got nowhere to go, nowhere to call on a savior. Call on those poor little souls. I saw a worthwhile cause and I jumped at it. I saw a hurt little kid. I saw a broken system and I lifted a hand. I threw my hat in the ring. I know what song I could sing, but it never comes round. Like peace, it never comes round. Like peace, it never comes round. Oh, find me your hesitation. No hesitation. I ain't got nowhere to go, just home among the homes inside tomes of leftover remedies my mom made before the shakes out. Daddy left over, and the oven's coughing over like I knew you once in a different life, in a different life, no, in a different life, my friends. All right. Oh man, I would kill, I would die for a smoke. I'm totally out. Just ashes, just ashtrays, just trained, sight to behold, sight never told. Ooh, when you are invisible, ghosted, ghosted sister, please. I guess nobody's too bothered. Everyone's fast asleep. No hesitation in my desperation as I dance beneath the pale moonlight. No hesitation in my desperation as I dance under the pale moonlight. My ashtray is an open window. My ashtray is an open window. My ashtray is an open window. I appreciate that. I'm just making it up as I go along, as I go along. I'm just making it up. I'm just waking it up from my slumber. I'm just taking a hit of an invisible cigarette trip. I know you feel my pain, I know you feel no separation. I know we've got a game to play. I know no negative emotions. Just feel my heartbeat through my music today. My music today. I moon up today. I moon up today. And just like the moon to remedy the situation. It's just like the moon, my lunar operator, always telling me the good news. Just a puffing away, lunar operator, and you're puffing away, my lunar operator. Now you got something to say, you got something to say, lunar operator. Something to say, you got something to say, lunar operator, got something to say, got something to say, lunar operator, lunar operator, got something to say. Wander through this dream, fly away from my sinking body. I got dragged into this place, back from time and space. I was in line for another party. When Mother done came along, she asked me where the hell I thought I was going. Said I got nothing to hide, and nowhere sounds pretty good to me. I'm staying with the dream, I'll make believe the light of the moon come down. Pretty mama, oh, don't make them come round. In the depth of your frequency star, little man, come on, don't make me come round. In the light of the moon, I will steal your heart, steal your heart. In the light of the motherfucking moon, I will steal your heart, I'll steal your heart. In the light of the moon. Yeah, I'm a little bit flat, I know. to the greatest show on earth. It was your lively jubilation. We're the favorites since birth. The longest chair in my confession. And if you separate the verse of a lifetime in search of truth obsession, you'll find out what to do. If you don't, girl, then you're screwed. You'll burn in search of the truth and make believe in the light of the moon come down. Pretty mama, oh, to make me come round in the depth of your frequency star. Oh, little man, come on, let's make it come round in the light of the moon. I will steal your heart, steal your heart in the light of the motherfucking moon, the fucking moon. We will steal your heart. Isn't that right? Ain't that right? Ain't that right? See, that's your way. Gonna make believe. Oh, that's your way. Gotta be a little bit quieter here. That's your way. That's your way. In the light, 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 in the light of the moon. Alright, that's a whispery version of Light of the Moon. I'm seeing all these awesome comments, y'all. Sorry, I'm not ignoring them, just reading them now. Heck yeah, dog, so cool. I hope you feel welcome. I know you're kind of catching me at like 3:45 in the morning. Typically, I stream earlier when I'm a little less delirious, but you're catching live streams. This is raw. Rain song, hell yeah, that's why I was saying moo. That's one of my faves to sing. Yeah, my neighbors, I'm like clickety clack outside, what's going on? Alright, what other songs? Should we do the alright, 2, 3, 4. Rocket drift, you let me share your armor. Left here with this payment for my own old father. Just inseparable like motion and desire. All your stars that really faded won't retire. Just believe you're so endless traveling. Just believe you're so endless traveling. Picked up another cause, got mountains across the head. I know we just play the part, I know it's supposed to end. I said I know it's supposed to end. Namaste, NGC. Zorro, fantastic stream tonight. Honestly, one of the best channels ever. Thank you. That's such a kind comment. Hey, take it easy if you're headed out. If I missed you, sorry. Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm going to do Catch, and then I'll wrap it up because it's almost 4. And this Luna is just hanging out, being perfect. Merci beaucoup. chère lune. I left home at 17. Couldn't tell you I was living the dream. What could I do? For a while I played the field. What could I prove? The hidden yield without the blues to feel. My heart was cool and left no residue. Oh, catch me if you fall, catch me when you're low. The moon goes high and up like love you used to know. Catch me if you fall. I'm choking. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was really funny. Let me mute the mic. Alright, I'm alive. No. Oh. Gloria, I love you. Take a good look. It's a simulation. Wake up in solitary. Wake up. It's imaginary. Oh man, don't you know your life is worth more than this? Definitely got a frog in the throat. Alright, I'm gonna take 1 second here. Just clear it up. It's so funny. Oh goodness. Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright, it's gonna be kind of tough to finish this one, but like pretty ridiculous. Oh my god, this is the rawest, the realest. Let me just jam here for a second. I gotta do the whistling part, right? Definitely gotta do the whistling part. Alright, just doing the whistling part here. Alright, neighbors, don't come at me. 2, 3, 4. Gloria, I love you, but not above a whisper. Take me in solitary, take me, it's imaginary. Oh, oh man, your life is worth more than this. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What would you have me do? It's stimulation. Wake up in solitary. Ain't gonna happen like that. Oh, come on, girl. Your life is worth more than this. Yeah, if I try. Catch me if you fall, and catch me when you're low. Yeah, that's what happens. It's hard to clear the thruft. It's hard to clear the thruft after that. I'm not even exhausted. I could keep going, but the body is saying chill. The body is saying chill, but the fingers are saying play. Like everybody is asleep. It's a stimulation. Wake up in solitary. Wake up, it's imaginary. Oh, catch me if you fall, catch me when you're low, catch me when you're low. Yo, Justin T, I see ya. Well, I left home, oh yeah, I left home. I wrote some songs, I wrote some songs. They were no good. They really, really sucked. They were no good. At first my songs really, really sucked. Yeah, they were no good. They got no soul, no rhythm, no pump, no funk, no nothing at all. My songs really stunk, but I wrote a bunch. I wrote a few more. Then they started to punch, and I got better, so I wrote some more. I wrote some more, I wrote some more. And I played them for my friends, I played them for my siblings, I played them for my folks, but they couldn't hear. They said your songs really don't appear to be anything we're interested in. So I went back to the drawing board. I made the pen my sword. I tried and tried and tried again to write some songs for my brethren and sister, and so I finally got my shit together. Ooh, yeah, I finally got my shit together. Oh yeah, and I wrote and wrote a bunch of songs for y'all. So I come along and start this YouTube channel. I started 1, I started 2, and I got a strike. No 3 will come again. Maybe more next summer. A solipsistic universe that I share with you. My heart and soul that I grit and bear and share with you. A solipsistic universe. My instinct was to curse, but now I'll find indifference with the chords and find the tension with the Lord. No savior but the music. No rhythm, no substitution. No savior but the music. I knew it was time to come again, and time to write the song for my brethren and sister, and I did it. I finally did it. Oh yeah, I did it. And I finally did it again. And I got nothing to prove, that's why it's new. I got something to see, and that's why it's me. A yellow concrete tree of pineapples swinging feels like a drain made up of what's the word for being out of words? Speechless. What's the train for brains that run from ruins to end of Spain? That's not the blame, my friend. It's not the blame, my friend. I got insane, my friend. Is God insane, my friend? What's the word to say? You've run out of words. 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 Out of girl. it, didn't I? Let's take it. Let's take it. Whew. All right. Sometimes I lose the thread. It's been a while since I've done kind of off-the-cuff stuff. It is really super fun, and the moon is drifting off. All right. It's time for me to call it a night, everyone. 4 a.m. on the dot. On the dot. I started at like 12:01, I think. 12:02. So we got a 4-hour stream. Just like old times. Old time running. Going at it 9 years, not a day, not a second longer. Just with the old space family, it's time to wrap it up on another crispy lunar eve. I like off-the-cuff stuff, thanks. Said I like off-the-cuff stuff, thanks. I'm getting delirious, I'm getting eaten by mosquitoes, getting delirious, eaten by mosquitoes. I'm gonna build a tree house and live in it, this blast and music through the woods. Like off-the-cuff stuff, thanks. I like all the, like a child running through the filaments. I like off-the-cuff stuff, thanks. I like off-the-cuff stuff, thanks. Oh, I love off-the-cuff stuff. And hanging out with my space family. Love off-the-cuff stuff. And space family, space family. It's time for me to live. Oh, yeah. Play the strings, you call the world a spark. Still my loved one, pray for fallen rocks. You didn't hear me though, you broke this world apart. I'll search for better days, yeah, we'll go all the way. I'm captain of the stars, yeah. I'm captain of the stars, yeah. Said if that's the end of it, let it be the end of it. Said if that's the end of it, let it be the end of it. Pretty things would have you know, it's all a screenplay, wrapped up in the seed. Oh, I'm waiting to read. You're insignificant, oh, unless I thought you were, yeah. And let me tell you now, you fucking own this earth. I'm captain of the stars. You're captain of the stars. You're captain of the Alrighty, y'all. I think it's time. I'm going to let this moon drift off on this one. It's been perfect. Thanks, Luna, for another amazing night. Thanks, Space Fam, for all the awesome comments and vibing out with me and listening to me ramble about all these universal ideas and memory and optics and I think what are the bigger questions than all these lame pop science questions. Think about it. Think about how your eyes work and how memories are stored and all these amazing shapes on the moon. Look at how organized these shapes are and how they mirror us. Leave me an awesome comment. Share the video if you'd like. And I think I don't know. I think this might be the stream for this cycle. I'll be back maybe in a few weeks or a month or two or something. It might be a little bit, but this was really fun. Yeah. Hemmin and Hawin. Hemmin and Hawin. Don't slow me while you breathe. Space family and the ones we didn't see. Let you call up beside you and you fly, yeah, we'll fly. 'Cause you're my hurricane. No sleep when I lost you. Sleep when I lost you. You're my hurricane. No love when I lost you. No love now I lost you. You're my hurricane. Yeah. You're my hurricane. You're yeah, you're mine. Ooh, yeah, you're mine. Come on now. Come on. Alright, everybody. This is the last song. I'll catch y'all really soon. Captain signing off for another amazing space stream. Another one for the records, for the history books, and for the plasma etheric, fluctuations that store all the information. Filament. Love everybody here. Appreciate you. And if you're catching this soon and you weren't here tonight, we all appreciate you. Lock it right in. I'll see you soon. Bon nuit. Always gonna run in light, dawn, starlight, kind, moonlight, shine, or right side, or light.
every life you come along, locking right in. Oh, every night it comes about, knocking right in. Oh, every life you come along, we'll fit right in. What you say to life completed? Don't you sound conceited?